Good morning. It is Wednesday, March 10th, 2021, and it's time for another Let's Build Citizen Livestream. So let's get started. Okay. So we had a pretty productive day yesterday, and I won't do a full recap, but I do have a couple of tasks that are follow-ons from what we got done yesterday. One of them has to do, let's see, I wrote them out actually. So, caching on the feed is a little too aggressive still. We got a situation where somebody can react or reply and the metrics aren't getting updated, so we need to fix that. Also need to make sure that pop-ups get closed if you go back from a page, but other than those relatively, I also get some random situations where my iPhone can't do the custom notifications. For some reason, the prompt box just doesn't open up. I haven't really been able to figure out what's causing that. So I'm kind of keeping half an eye out for that. But let's write out these tasks here. So we need to update signals on the home feed when using the cache, and we also need to close pop-ups on page transitions. Other than those two relatively minor issues, I've actually been pretty satisfied with the results that we got from the SPA re-architecting. Used it a little bit last night on mobile, and the results were more or less what you would want it to be. So, a rare, I guess it's not that rare. We have had a pretty successful development process here, but I will say I was expecting that to be more complicated than it was, especially with the way that I was sort of handling the link clicks by putting a global listener for clicks on anchor elements. So I'm quite pleased that it turned out as good as it has so far. One other little thing that I did notice was that pressing mobile bottom home should go back. This is something that I noticed while browsing about, and you know, to some degree what we're doing here is taking usage patterns that at least I've got comfortable with from Twitter and applying them here. And the one that sort of stood out to me was that whenever I'm looking at something, one of the ways that I commonly will go back to the home feed is rather than getting my finger all the way up there or swiping, I'll just hit the home button. And so we should add a little more intelligence about where we're at and maybe try to make that a back action whenever possible, or at least restore the scroll state whenever possible. So then, if you're down, if you're on the home feed and you're scrolled down and you click it again, we can have it scroll you up to the top. Probably could apply the same logic to the notifications button, where if you are looking at something, you click here, and then you click back here, it takes you back to the old scroll position. That'd be nice. So we'll just have to kind of think about how to accomplish that. I'm not 100% sure. The other thing we're going to do today is we're going to spend a little bit of time working on the notifications here. And I'm just going to actually break out the notifications items. And one of the things we're going to do is we're going to merge together similar in-kind notifications so that if you get a bunch of reactions, they get sort of aggregated together. We actually had some code that did this previously. I don't know if I've maintained any of it in the current build, so we'll see if we have something to pull from, but a little bit of a pain in the butt to introduce, to be sure, so hopefully it won't be too bad. Let's see. Make sure that unread notifications get cleared. A couple of styling improvements to hit on notifications as well. Also want to re-examine exactly where we're exactly where we're putting the reactions on posts. We're inconsistent between comments and posts at the moment, and in terms of whether or not they're above or below the controls. I just want to make sure that that feels right, and choosing that positioning has been a little difficult, but I'm going to try out seeing how they look above the controls. I think that about covers all of the sort of UI tasks that I've got in my head right now. After that, that should take about an hour, maybe a little more to hit all those things. And then it's going to be time to rework some of the internal, this thing, generalizing remote calls, generalizing basically a lot of the interactions that currently exist with communities, and moving away from an API-driven approach to common actions, and instead moving to a database-driven approach, which I'll explain in detail once we get started there. Probably more folks will have shown up by then. So, if you're new to the stream, check out CTZNRE.com. That'll get you started with the project that we have here. It includes a link to the repo that has documentation. And I think that about sets us up for today's stream, so might as well jump on in. And let's start with updating the signals on the home feed whenever you do a refresh. This will actually need to be done both for the regular feed and for the notifications feed. And basically, we have a couple of options about how to accomplish this. The way that it operates currently is that it will load as usual. If the cache is there, it's going to pull from the cache immediately. This cache is just a cache that's in memory, and it's what gives us a really snappy going back to the previous page, because you don't have to wait for things to reload. But the question that we have to answer for ourselves is whether or not the feed has new content that needs to get loaded. And so what we do is we go ahead and run the query to the back end to fetch the feed. And then we just take a look and see if the results are actually changed. So is the first result in the cache different than the first result in what we just got back? If they're different, then we go ahead and update the cache and the feed. If not, we just leave it be. But that situation of leaving it be is a situation where we can basically take the query results, copy over the updated signals, and then we will get some updated state. So that's what I want to explore here. So this logic is a little complicated. I'm going to kind of invert the logic here. So rather than the not, we're going to say if the path is equal to the current. So this will just be the reactions item and the reply count item. We could, in the future, also look into copying over aspects of the value, because there is certainly the possibility that an edit would have changed the data. But we don't support edits yet, so I'm not going to really worry about that at the moment. Reactions and reply count. And we need to manually trigger an update whenever we do this because the, actually, I don't really want to be using you, I want to use you. So we have to manually trigger a update for let element because the dot results is what we yeah. So this dot results will be currently this. So that's actually just two different variables bound to the same array. That element can't detect that that's a change, so we have to manually update. YouTube Live. Can you believe it? Okay, so that was no luck whatsoever. Pretty sure that that is not what the problem was, but let's take a look here. Yeah, it looks even better when my roots aren't coming in on me. So it looks like we got a situation where we are, I believe, successfully updating the cache, but we are not getting the repaint that we need. Just double check that we are successfully updating the cache. But it is not triggering a repaint. Okay. This is one of those tricky situations where I have to fight with the DOM diffing behavior and figure out what has to get invalidated to trigger something like this. And I'm guessing, in fact, I'm rather sure that the problem here is that this will only trigger a repaint if one of its watch parameters gets changed. So let's give something like this a shot. That did it. Okay. So that handles that, and then actually I don't think we need to be doing any kind of updating on the notifications, so there we have it. Sure, thanks, Damien. By the way, welcome to the stream. So let's go ahead and get this commit done. Tell you one thing that we got that the others don't, and that is a sweet commit bump.
Citizen.
Does that answer your question? Alright. So, so there's a couple of basic differences I could point to at the outset that come along the lines of just product execution differences. AA Lorenzo, welcome back. And so at this stage, in many ways, that's not as easy to see because we're still pretty early on. So it looks like pretty much every other social network. You know, at a high level, what we're aiming to do is move it to a place where we are providing a highly programmable engine for social interactions. So I take a lot of inspiration from thinking like Minecraft or Roblox and getting us to a place in which the social space is programmable by end users. And this is kind of along the lines of, wouldn't it be great if people could specify their own algorithms? Or wouldn't it be great if they could create more sophisticated social structures in their communities where it's not just moderator or a user, but like lots of different varied permissions and roles? Custom forms of karma or tokens, awards, items. What if this rule engine could be powerful enough that you could run a Harry Potter role-playing game and be able to cast spells on each other? Things like that. So in many ways, this is kind of like a social forum that wants to be an MMORPG. And that entire line of thinking is rooted around a notion that if we want to evolve social media forward into something that's less toxic and better at elevating true information and useful information and things like that, we need to give people more tools for managing those spaces. So that's the high level here in terms of the product execution. Now, in terms of the actual protocol implementation, I just happen to have a nice illustration because this gets asked a lot. And I may actually have a better illustration than this. Let me double check. This is a pretty good illustration, actually. So this right here is a nice illustration of how the architecture works out using a particular view of the situation, which is you got your application space, your front ends, you got your user server spaces, which handle the hosting, you've got the data mesh, which synchronizes the different servers together, and that's the Hypercore protocol. Within that data mesh, you have the user databases, and then you have databases which are basically aggregators of user content, which currently the most commonly used, really the only one that we use, would be communities. So within the Hypercore mesh, we're using these key value databases, which feel a lot like LevelDB, but they just automatically abstract away the network so that I can do a read on a database that's in Hypercore protocol, and if it's not locally cached, it will pop onto the network, find the server that's hosting it, pull it over. If we're trying to sort of isolate the protocol differences between ActivityPub and Citizen, this is one of the key ones right here. ActivityPub is a push-based system in which each server maintains a mailbox, and whenever there is an interaction which needs to be sent to another server, it will push that interaction to the other server using a mail sort of metaphor. And we actually are a pull-based architecture. Every one of the servers is hosting the various databases of its users on the Hypercore network. When another server is interested in that data, they will read it off of the network, and so they pull data off of the other servers as opposed to pushing. From there, we have a very light pushing protocol between the servers, which we're actually going to be working on today, which is designed to make servers aware of data sets that they ought to be pulling. So it's just a simple introduction protocol, which is actually going to just be JSON RPC. You tell the other server, hey, here's a data set that's relevant in the following ways. You may now choose to pull it, and then it will do so and begin to react to it. So that is our high level here. Now, the implication of this design is that the data mesh ends up driving the entire network in a way that is actually in many ways similar to blockchains. All of the Hypercore databases are append-only logs that are signed, and so our design goal is to set up as much of the network as possible to function by reading and writing these databases, to the degree that if I create some kind of an action, like I'm going to moderate a user out of a community, I'm going to ban a user, what I will do is write to my personal database the ban action for that community. The community will then pick up on that event, and that will trigger, according to a rule set, whether or not that person gets removed. So the community software will take a look at that record, check my permissions, check that that user is actually a member of the community. Okay, that looks valid. Go ahead and remove them from the user set, and then write a response into the database. So basically all actions are mediated through the data set, which again has a couple of benefits, one of them being it makes everything pull-based. Now, if I'm being hosted on CTZN.1, which is my current server, and my community is being hosted on foo.com, because all of these actions are occurring through the data mesh, I'm not having to send any kind of RPC request to the server that's hosting the community. It's able to just watch the data mesh, watch my database as I am an admin on the community, pick up the ban record, apply it, write out the ban result. The individual users are doing periodic polls. In fact, what they currently are doing, because we're still relatively small scale, is just loading up all of the databases that they're interested in and watching the network for peers and periodically pinging them for updates. So it's an active long poll for all data sets at the moment. As scale becomes more of a concern, that we'll have to move to something more round robin to make sure that we're not blowing up our server resources. One of the nice properties of the design that we're talking about here is that external auditability is quite high. Whenever all the actions are occurring on the Hypercore databases, you can basically replay all of the different data sets against the program and validate that it's following some rule set. And as we mature that more and more, that will eventually become similar to a smart contract. But the smart contract aspect of it basically comes down to whether or not there's a high degree of external auditability. Can you trace all of the actions through the data set and ensure that the code of the smart contract is being followed? We're not quite there yet, so that will be a future goal, but that is, the design is tilted towards enabling that in the future. One other sort of significant difference between ActivityPub, at least in practice with Mastodon and the way that we're doing things, is that we do not have the user interface being served by people's individual home servers. So if you look at my account, you'll see that I am pfrazy at citizen.1, and this is what the citizen.1 front end currently looks like. more than likely this will eventually become something more akin to the WordPress front end, where the citizen servers are basically have a CMS software layer so that they can actually show something, but it's not the UI for interacting with the network. Instead, we separate the application from the individual servers, and this application is an SPA that's running on Vercel, has no backend. It just opens up WebSocket and HTTP requests to the various servers to abstract over all of them. And the nice consequence of this is that if I go over to a community such as this one is hosted on citizen.politis.network. And I can still interact with it same as usual. Now, we're seeing some bugs here, which is interesting. I should be seeing a member count, so it's possible that this server went down. It did not go down. Let's do a little debugging. What's going on? Yeah, no problem. I've said pretty much everything, I think. Okay, that's interesting. So it looks like I've introduced a bug where... And that actually makes sense. For some reason, I've got a greater than undefined coming in there. Hey, Miguel, good to see you. So, let's fix that bug real fast. That would be in the getters code. Do you have any other questions for me? I'm happy to answer them, but I've given, I think, pretty much all the rundown I could aim to do. Well, that's completely not helpful behavior. You did, Chris, but if you just go a little bit back in the video, you can catch right up and see everything I shared there, so feel free to jump in there. I have been planning on something here. Almost all, not all, but almost all of Citizen's development has been live streamed. So I'm thinking what I do is get some scripts and match up all of the Git commits to the videos that I have on YouTube and create a website where you can go through the commits and jump to the video when that commit happened. So then you can always see why right? Wouldn't that be cool? Even better if I can get the transcript that YouTube generates if they got the automatic transcription, because then we could make that searchable. Well, Simeon, I'll tell you something that's fun about that approach that we're taking is, if you go to that repo right there, you could just fork that thing, start building your own application. So, I wouldn't necessarily recommend it yet because I haven't stabilized the APIs. So it's a good chance I'm going to break it on you. But we're going to have possibly one of the simplest sort of open platforms for building things when you can just take the application and fork it because it's an SPA and start modifying it. Come on, that's what we were always trying to accomplish with stuff like Beaker. So, mission well accomplished, I believe. Now, let me think. I think if I do... Okay, I need an elegant way to get rid of the undefined keys. I could do an object.entries and filter and then an object.from entries, but it'd be nice if there were a simpler way to do it. Well, guess that'll have to be it. So, I agree about that, Lorenzo. And if I can wrap this up, I'll comment on what you're talking about there. Okay, still not seeing anything, because I'm still seeing that show. Oh, because I'm not. Let's go to... Yeah, Lodash would... Well, but the Lodash.pick is good for extracting out key names. Does it have a mechanism for filtering out attributes on an object that are null? Or undefined. There we go, fixed.
Citizen.
Anyway, I'm not using Lodash on the front end, so... Alright, so Lorenzo, what you brought up. I was thinking actually... okay, interesting. So I was thinking that we would, on Saturday, Lorenzo, you know, that's been when we do test nets or alpha launches, and I'm thinking that maybe this Saturday we do a planning session Saturday, where we kind of sit down and talk about what's next, but then also start to try to isolate items that the community could get involved in developing so that I'm not the only one doing everything. Optionally, of course, every contribution is a gift, in my opinion, both to me and to the community. Cool. So, one of the things that I think we could talk through on Saturday would be this question about how we're going to be approaching extensibility and pluggability, both on the front end and the back end. Hopefully by Saturday I will have finished generalizing the on-chain, as I like to call it, refactor. And so at that point we'll have a little bit of a better sense about how that's supposed to operate and how that functions. And we got to think about how we're going to have extensibility both in the back end and in the front end. So that's one of the things to tackle. The other one to tackle is beginning to think about how we're going to be managing the front ends of our citizen servers, perhaps start working our way towards a CMS architecture. And I'm kind of leaning towards an approach where the citizen server is a pluggable thing, where you have to be the server administrator to install the plugins. So you can only install custom code if you are the server admin. Difficult constraint, but probably the most realistic one. I don't think we're going to be able to tackle user-provided sandboxed code in the near future. So I think our first architecture will simply be a plugin architecture for the admins of servers. And thinking about how we can use that to introduce new kinds of business logic, new kinds of schemas, and things like that. Likewise, on the front end, I would really quite like if the front end were able to be extensible in some way so that you can have as much of the interactions that you're doing stay within the UI. That'll be a ongoing task. But who knows? Maybe a little magic with some iframes and we could get some stuff sooner than later. But yeah, I mean, after I had a couple of miniature planning documents. I had, yeah. I had this one where we were kind of looking high level here. Possibly some of this stuff. User rehoming is something that we probably need to tackle before we consider core done. All of this down here is pretty much accurate. All this stuff up here was pretty speculative, so we can kind of get there when we get there. We also had this here. This is what I'm going to be starting to work on today, reducing the RPC API. We got the user key rotation and the user rehoming to hit. That was pretty important. Private spaces, community constitutions. Yeah. These four are kind of long-term future, so that we're really, after we hit this point right here of accomplishing user rehoming, I think that's the point where we step back and start to say, okay, now where are we headed? You know, how close are we to a beta? All right, Simeon, well, thanks for dropping in. Good to see you. Yeah. There's also all sorts of stuff we got to figure out about, like, discovery. We have not yet really answered that. So we got our work cut out for us. But yeah, we got to start be thinking about, okay, when are we beta? What do we need to be beta? Okay, so we did this one. Let's handle closing pop-ups on page transitions. Pretty straightforward task. You bet. Okay. So, this is pretty straightforward. We just need to introduce some kind of method to close any active pop-up. Oh, that's old code that needs to go. straightforward function there. And then in the app, we just want to fire that event whenever pop state occurs. Okay. No, now it's working. Okay, I don't know, caching or something. Okay.
Citizen.
Alright, now let's get the mobile logic of when you click that home nav button. And I'm kind of thinking that maybe we ought to be changing this to be all on a white background on mobile. So, let me think. First, let's stay focused. What does the history API give us to work with here? So noted. Okay. So basically what we have is a situation where we want to have our manual scroll restoration kick in, even though it's not a back action. And one way we might handle that is by just kind of creating an additional parallel system specifically for the home and the notifications feed. actually we can store this on the actual object. All good, Martin. I'm in agreement. We need the rehoming to be implemented before we consider beta ready. Let's see what that does for us. didn't seem to work. There we go, that was the problem. So the capturing worked, but the applying did not. Why might that be? You're probably right, Martin. There are certainly more sophisticated ways that this could be done. They would improve the scroll restore positioning. It would also be good to switch our system so that it doesn't actually render the previous items, but actually does that thing where you kind of dynamically add and remove on the top and the bottom. But I'm going for something which is sophisticated enough for now. Yeah, it's a little off, but not bad overall. Didn't work for notifications just now. Why would that be? So it did capture. That time it seems to have worked. Top one will be cool. Top one will be the Georgia follow. Okay. Okay, I think we're in business.
Citizen.
All right, that's another task done. Now I wanted to look at how we're positioning the reactions, see if we can improve that a little bit. Yeah, red components. I honestly don't know if I feel terribly strongly one way or another. What I will say, what I like about using lit elements is that I don't need a compile step. Maybe a slightly less performant as a result, but seems to be okay. In the past, I've also used the shadow DOM capability, which can be very nice, but on this project we're using Tailwind CSS, which makes that a totally unnecessary tool. So yeah, the template strings are pretty nice. All right. So I wanted to go to the post rendering and see about rendering the reactions here. That might actually be better. Obviously, spacing needs to get fixed, but it might actually be better. Hey, Neil. I think that's better. Well, the shadow DOM, it could be if we're. Thing is that like I don't necessarily. Shadow DOMs don't provide a security primitive. So what we would be optimizing for, and what you just suggested, is for like future contributors. But, and I agree with the logic. I think that's a sound logic that you're applying there. But, right, and I would normally agree with you 100%, except that we are using Tailwind CSS, which has some different but equally applicable benefits. And in particular, style consistency gets a lot easier on account of using Tailwind. So as people begin to add new features, there's a lot less custom CSS they're sticking with the toolkit here. So while I do agree with what you're getting at, because of Tailwind, not actually the most salient property, I think. Okay, I'm going to do a couple of rendering improvements while we're here. Might be modified client front end across different users. Well, you can certainly run your own. Grab that. In fact, I'm going to move all of this. One moment. Okay. So, hey, It's a good suggestion, and I actually agree with you. I find myself using the custom one more often than the defaults, so I think you're onto something there. Okay, so a modified client front end across different users. How do you? It depends on like how the modifications are occurring. Is it a fork, so like a different application? Is it some kind of customization that Citizen re-enables through like settings? Is it perhaps a set of like I'm looking at somebody's profile and they've specified some custom kind of UI or aesthetic? And then the question really comes down to like how is that being done? Is it done by like they provide CSS snippets, or is it like parameterized in some way? So again, I agree with kind of where your head's at, but it's not 100% clear whether or not we don't know what the mechanisms will be yet. And until we know the mechanisms, we don't really know if Shadow DOM will be the factor here. That said, we of course can use Shadow DOM. So if we need to, we can do it. Okay, so on the render post text, something I need to do first. You bet. There's no text we need to not render. That's something that has been hitting a couple of times. If there is text that we do render, this is one of those unfortunate situations where we're using white space pre, and so we have to like clump all of our markup together. Total pain in the butt. Okay, so with that done, this should get rid of that awkward gap. There we are. Better. Okay. Something else I noticed with posts, sometimes it seems like the text was a little light on mobile, but now that I'm looking at it here, it seems fine. Let me check over here. Yeah, the text is rather light on iOS. Let's try going straight to black. Wonder if it actually uses all zeros. Indeed it does. Good. Okay, and then I also wanted to do a little bit of reworking on the media rendering. can certainly consider it. Hey, Braddock. Much love right back at you from Austin. Well, keep it up. Having too good of a time to stop. Alright, where's a post with 2 images? There we go. Alright. I think that's a little better. That's before it. So this was the kind of thing that was striking me as like, oh, that's really hard on the eyes. So applying a border around the image, I think, really helps with that. And we only want that PX to apply whenever we're on desktop. Snuck it in on you. Okay, but that's kind of wonky. Maybe I just... Okay, that's one. Tell me about it. A million little things is a pretty much encapsulates what it feels like working on this right now. just lose my margin bottom? What did I do there? All right, a couple of nice visual improvements in here, I think. All right, Todd, let's hit your suggestion here. So if we're going to do that, I think it actually needs to have the same kind of coloring. And then we'll just do like that. Yeah. Looks good to me. Okay. Now we just need to apply the same things to the expanded version of this. Yeah, Martin, patch got landed yesterday, so it should be in a working state. Yeah, at some point. Okay, interesting. Okay. Come on. Okay, it looks like we have an issue where not getting reactions. Okay, and then one last thing, which is over here. And that should do it. What's up, are we broken? Uh-oh. Okay. Noted. Thank you, Todd. So it looks like we're hitting that hyperspace bug that I have not been able to nail down. Yeah, I think we're hitting that blocking right again. I'm going to restart the server. Seems that we just have some kind of pathway inside of the hyperspace stack where a read can just block indefinitely. And now I'm not seeing Martin's post. Yeah. Okay, now that's showing up. It probably would be good to do that, Martin. Have some kind of server versioning awareness. Okay, well, looks like our... Okay, now that... Yeah, okay, that's probably why we weren't getting the reactions there. Saturday stuff. Things that are big and a pain in the butt become a Saturday problem. Okay. Well, everything else looking good, so let's go ahead and push these updates.
Citizen.
So, Todd, probably the reason for that is that there's going to be turnaround time. I'm assuming that, if I'm remembering correctly, I could be wrong about this, but I believe that... Actually, this is interesting. I see that there are 3 replies, but I don't see your replies. And that is because... Yeah, it's because Martin's server hasn't indexed them yet. But Citizen1 has. And so we ask for a reply count from Citizen1, my home server. But then we ask for the actual thread from Martin's server. That's an interesting situation. Let me think. Is Martin following you? Martin is... So that's interesting. Martin's not following you. So this may be... Todd, did you reply to me, or did you reply to the top level of the post? I'm sorry, I said Todd. Yeah, Todd. Did you reply to me, or did you reply to Martin? Okay. Well, it shouldn't have let you. Oh, no, except that... Oh, interesting. Huh. It shouldn't be asking that server. Should be asking Citizen1, because this is in the Citizen Alpha testers. So it should be asking Citizen1, not Martin's server. That's why this is going funky. Aha! Aha! All right, interesting. So get thread needs to be a little more intelligent. Martin, is it telling you that it's trying to index? There we go. Yeah, Martin, is it telling you that it's trying to index and you get a feed not writable? Because that's an error that I've been seeing and have as a to-do to figure out why it's trying to do that. Is that what you're seeing?
Citizen.
Yeah, so the deal there is, I don't know what the deal there is, but what's happening is, for some reason, servers are trying to run the indexing logic for communities that they aren't the home server for. So some bug in the logic somewhere causing it to act a fool. Yeah, I've got my own examples to refer to, so I'll get into that at some point in the future. I'm fairly sure that that is the alpha tester community. No, it's actually not. Let's see. The Todd? Come on. It's not Todd either. I would bet it's one of the communities you're in. Doesn't appear to be any of those. Does, well, whatever it is, it's probably not a terribly difficult thing to diagnose. There's just some piece of logic which is causing it to try to run the indexing logic for, feeds that are not hosted at that home server. So, shouldn't be too hard to figure out. Yeah. Okay. So I was working on. It's a cute picture, Todd. I'm not going to use that as an example. I'll do this. Okay. Okay, it's a little less jarring, I think.
Citizen.
So there's a new CSS feature called content visibility, which I'm interested to see what the support port is. We got it in Chrome and Chrome-based browsers only. It's too bad. It'd be really nice for mobile. It's a very nice feature, though. And basically, what it does is helps it kind of speed up the layout time of rendering. Enables user agent to skip an element's rendering work, including layout and painting, until it's needed. Because rendering is skipped if a large portion of your content is off screen, leveraging the content visibility property makes the initial user load much faster. Here's their example where they're able to drop a solid, 200 milliseconds of rendering. And I believe there's also a directive that allows you to give a predicted size of the element, which also speeds up rendering. So let's just give this a quick try. We'll do it inside the feed, right here. Hard to say if we're getting a performance improvement. So without that, rendering is 589 milliseconds. With it, it's down to 252, so minor improvement. See if it makes any difference to apply it to the... in fact, let's try moving it around a little bit. We'll put it there. And we'll put it here. Oh, I'll definitely take the win. I just want to make sure that I'm getting optimal possible results. $300 that time. $287. So we're definitely getting some improvements. Now I believe there's actually, I gotta look into, because I think there's another one we can do. Also seems like maybe it's a little snappier scrolling around. Is that true? Yeah, actually it does seem a little snappier. Very minorly. But I think it is a little snappier. Let's see if I can find that thing that is designed to predict. There it is, intrinsic size. In order to realize the benefits, browser needs to apply size containment to ensure that the rendering does not affect the size of the element in any way. This means that the element will lay out as if it was empty. If the element does not have a height specified, it'll be a height of 0. This might not be ideal since the size of the scroll bar will shift, being rely on each story having a non-zero height. You could probably see that if we stare really closely at the scroll bar. We should notice it, yep, glitching out a little bit. See that? Yep. It's because it doesn't really know what the size of the page is. It doesn't glitch out here. So let's see what we can do to improve on that. So we got contain intrinsic size, which effectively specifies the natural size of the element if it's affected by size containment. Okay, so a couple of thoughts based on looking at this. I think that doesn't do anything for us, so I'm going to remove that. And then over here, I need to figure out what our default expected size is. I think it'd be fair to expect that to be roughly correct. So about 122, 120 by 640. And definitely much less jitter in our scroll bar as a result of that. It's still there, but it's less. And I'll take the scroll bar jitter over the alternatives. We cruising.
Citizen.
Definitely seeing some issues where reactions for whatever reason are failing parsing, so we'll have to figure that out at some point. But let's... Oh. Huh. Yeah. Okay. So a couple things stand out to me about what we just saw. The load new is a little bit awkward. Okay, so that'll fix our problem with the notification not getting cleared. Let's wait to commit that until I'm sure it worked. In the meantime, let's see if that content visibility optimization helps us out on the notifications feed as well. Average size is going to be about 640 by 120 again. So we'll go over to our feed here and just copy that little bit of code. Copy that little bit of code there. It's a happy little style. Do my Bob Ross impression. Wonder what's wrong with that image. Not sure. Okay, so a couple of things we're going to do here. Which is going to be a little tricky, to be honest. One of them is we're going to collapse similar results. So a bunch of reactions to a comment get grouped together. Truth be told, it's going to be a big pain in the butt. Now I had some old code for doing this, so why don't we take a look at that old code. Reduce multiple actions. Name that to reduce similar notifications. And the way that was applied was right there. Good. Firefox iOS. It's good to know. All right, so not going to be super performant, but it will do the job. And if we're looking at the notifications here, they should all be relatively groupable by dint of their... right. I believe the item URL is what we would want to look at first. Am I not logging the notifications anymore? Because I am not. Okay, so item URL. But item URL actually is not what we want. Is it? Let's see. No, it is what we want. Yeah. So if item, no, we'll do note. And note 2. So if note.item URL is equal to note 2.item URL, that's the first question. And then the next question is, no, wait a minute, is that what we want to do here? No, that's actually not what we want to do. We want to group it by the subject. And it's really only reactions we want to group. So first we want to know if the note dot item dot reaction is set. Then we're going to go back and look through where if the other notification that's already in our accumulated bit is also a reaction, and the subject is the same. When that happens, we take note 2 and we create merged notes, and we push our note, and then we're done. In all our cases, we just keep it in the array. So what we should see now is a reduced set of notifications all told. Effectively, this will filter out, at this stage, any notifications that are reactions to a same post. Okay. And then if we look at the full set here, we got the merge notifications. So far, so good. It's interesting that we're not effectively loading more here. We ought to be. So it's entirely possible that we're breaking some of our load more logic. Very possible. Well, thanks for joining us, Chris. Have a good rest of your day. Hopefully we'll see you on another one. Okay, so now in the notification rendering, we need to All right. First thing we need to do is extract out the other authors. And to do that, we actually need to actually, we're going to do it as a set. Basically, just get a set of user IDs from each of these. And dot authored user ID. A little suspicious that I'm seeing 13 others every time. 14, is that? There are not 13 reactions on that. What's going on? Oops. We were generating a set of characters in every username. Not really what we were aiming for. Hey, Melanie. So, all right, with that out of the way, we now need to change this to just reacted to. And then right here, why don't we actually do this.render reactions. This will be a little bit similar, in fact. item.reaction. So much to do, so much to write. Okay. Getting closer here. But you know what we really need is counts on each of these. I've infected you all. Somebody. That's amazing. Oh boy. That's sort of interesting that there's no reply here. Oh, because it's just an image. I guess we should include the... Hang on, I'm getting DMs. Okay, cool. What am I doing? In posts, we should render media. In the notifications. There we go. and we need to that is not great. Gotta find out why that is so crummy. I feel like the reaction rendering needs something a little more, but I can't tell what it is. That's a little better, actually. That feels pretty good, actually. And slight misalignment is bothering me, so I gotta fix that in a second here. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12 total. Okay. Okay. Now let's just fix this left alignment. That's better. I think it's looking pretty good. What do y'all think? All right. So now we got to figure out why the auto load starts failing. Actually, why don't I darken the reaction text just a smidge? It's a little hard to read as it is. Yeah, that makes all this much easier to grok. so it's probably not going to be terribly hard to figure out why the load more is failing. We've got our intersection observer, which is a queue query for more. Yeah, and that needs to be a little smarter. If more and results okay, that should do it. Didn't do it. That's what's going on. That ain't it either. That's what it is. Get your logic right. There we go. Why haven't we run into that with the feed? Okay. Well, that's a better looking feed, I have to say. We went from this to that. It's a little bit busy, but certainly better information density. This was very low density. GIFs ain't supported yet, sadly. This will need more work over time, but I definitely think it's looking pretty good.
CTZN.
Come on, buddy. There we go. I'll check that out in a second, Lorenzo. Well, I just wrapped up a big task. I could use a little break. Okay, stretch my legs real quick. I like how the reactions kind of act like an informal pull. It's a pretty fun thing. All right, yeah, back in like 5 to 10. If I don't stretch my legs, I'm going to develop a clot, so back in a bit. Alright. Let's give rooms a shot here. Okay. So, Lorenzo, is this more sophisticated than just having a link on the communities and things? Yeah, I think it might be understandable, but I don't really want to log in with my actual credentials. This is when we need to get... Yeah. So if I were to jump onto... that one should work, right? Yeah. That's fun. Yeah, the cursor sharing is wild. Very cool. Yeah, nice. That's amazing. Hang on, let's see if I got out of it. Somebody else want to call in and see if I can hear you? There it goes. Yeah, audio works. Very cool. Yeah, that is a trip. Seeing the cursor in particular is really quite funny. So I can be doing something and then I'm coming over to talk to you. I'm walking away.
That's right.
Sweet. I dig it. I dig it. All right. So where did we leave off in our to-dos? So we got both of these handled. Loading new notifications performs terribly. We need to get around to that. Let's fix emojifying and profiles real fast. Todd, you are the one to report this. Hey, Paulo, good to see you. I'm wondering. There we go. There's a good example. Alright, so we need to go to the user view. And I think we can actually simplify life for ourselves a little bit. Display names. Okay, display names should be doing it, so we must just not be using display names here. Okay, just need to do that on the bio. Would also be good to linkify in the bio. Is that just in strings? It is. One other thing I noticed is that the bios get spaced wrong on mobile. Right there. So PX should be what? 4? Yeah. I just linkified the wrong one. Wouldn't have been good. Okay. I had a feeling. Okay, 1 sec, just need to reply to some messages here. Is that fan noise unbearable for y'all? It's getting a little warm today, so trying to cool myself down. It's probably coming in a little hot, huh? Somebody give me a yay or nay on that fan noise. Okay. Thank you much. Okay, so long as it's not terribly distracting. That would figure. Alright. It's on. Ah, right. This is using the Shadow DOM. Old code.
Citizen.
Okay, so that got handled. That got handled. Okay, I'm afraid that only leaves beginning to generalize our database behavior. All right. This is a big one. And in some ways I am not super stoked to get into, if I'm being honest. If you look at the community's API, you will see a number of methods like assign role, remove member, create role, things like that. These methods currently only work if you are signed in to the home server that runs the community. And if we wanted to make them work in a distributed fashion, we could do what we do with joins, which is create this notion of a remote join for server-to-server communication. But that does not generalize super well. We would have to do that for just about every method that we add. And that's not how I intend to do things. Instead, we are going to create a system in which actions like create role or edit role are written as database records and then picked up by the community indexer, run through whatever sort of logic is here, applied or rejected, and then the result is written. After having done this, we will hopefully get to a point at which a lot of the APIs are applied in such a fashion, and ideally we would reduce every mutation API down to generic database put, delete methods. In fact, I suppose it's time for an Excalibur. We have currently a WebSocket API as well as an HTTP API. These themselves are comprised of things like getters, and mutators. No mutators exist on the HTTP API. It is purely for fetching data. And these are all sort of comically underspec'd. With WebSockets, we're talking about things like posts.listHomeFeed and communities.createRole or even communities.assignRole. And in the HTTP API, this is things like CTZN feed or citizen followers user ID. This is the current state of things, and both of these mechanisms are not really ideal. If you look at our data layer, that consists of tables and blobs. Blobs are not super well spec'd, but tables certainly are, with things like this. And this is the way it should be. Good, and then bad. So what we're going to do to fix this is we're going to modify the getter's API in the long run so that it is something more along the lines of citizen.network view feed, citizen.network view followers, etc. And you'll just use generic get methods or get view methods to pull this kind of thing, because we want our API to, as closely as possible, mimic a generic system of table.get, table.list, table.put, table.del. Possibly some others. You could always do things like table.upsert. Okay. Possibly also something like no. Add, which would be generating a key automatically. Cat is attacking me, so let me see what she wants. What do you want, baby? You need a snack? You want to play? What's going on? You want a snack? Second? Yeah. Good. Okay. She's eating the snack. Let's see how much that was what she wanted, or if she'll just eat the snack and then bother me again. So we wanted to our target API to look as much like this as possible. Oh. And then we want to, it's red for bad, green for good. And then likewise, probably the views would be something like views.get or views.list, something similar like that. So this will end up reducing our API surface, so to speak, down to a generic set of methods. Now, we're not going to get into the view stuff today. It's not a terribly difficult change, actually. But that really is just for, she's coming back. Oh gosh, she's coming back. Here, baby. Give the people what they want. Say hi to your fans. Is that a tasty treat? Just getting kind of pudgy. You got a little gut. Alright, so switching over to the views mechanism is actually pretty straightforward stuff. By and large, it's just a matter... In fact, I don't know. It might be nice to do that first because it's such a straightforward set of changes. You know what, let's do that first. It's a little more fun. Because that's really straightforward, it's kind of rote, and then I'll have the satisfaction of having accomplished that piece. And then we'll get to the other piece, but I'll finish explaining first. So we're going to be replacing items like this first. And then once that is done, that'll leave the mutations, which is only in the WebSocket API. And we're going to want to basically replace the mutations with put commands that are of new schema types. We'll either need to create like a generic action JSON schema, or it'll need to be specific action schemas for different record types. Not really sure what that'll be yet. And we're going to need to create a flow around that in which the process for handling the transaction will involve some kind of API for waiting for the action to be ingested and handled so that we could potentially find the response and give an asynchronous response as quickly as possible. What this will look like is something along these lines. And this is a shorthand, to be sure. It probably won't look exactly like this. So the user will submit this action. Why don't we go ahead and just put this in black text. So step one, the user runs a command like that over RPC. This gets fed into the indexer. Which will read action, apply any rules, constraints, massage the data, create effects, apply effects. This then moves to step 3. Which would be something along the lines of X. So that's the flow. And the thing about this is that all of this layer is inside of the server layer, but it could have a situation in which this is one server and all of this is another server, as in the case of a community which is homed somewhere else. And so this right here will be something along the lines of table put await and process action. That'll be some tricky logic. So the challenge with that is having some some concept of what an action is, what database an action is supposed to be relevant to. Okay, now you're scratching. What do you want? What do you want? Just you wanna play? Is that what it is? You want me to open the door for you? What's going on? The kitty is a mystery. I'm thinking that figuring out the interested databases is an interesting, probably the most salient constraint to whatever we're doing here. If an action could be handled by an indeterminate number of processors, then we have no way of really knowing whether or not it terminates its processing. So there actually probably needs to be a strictly defined target to an action. Something along the lines of or maybe even like handler, which in the case of communities would be the community information. This databases.handle method will be the kind of thing that's like this. If So when you're calling handle, if it's local, it can do it, and if not, it's going to send an RPC method over to the home server for it and wait for it to give some indication about handling it. A consequence of this design is that this part right here that has handled may very well fail to respond in a timely fashion. Could be just because the target server is overwhelmed, or it could be because it's down. And so any action that we create while we will attempt to await a response, we may actually have to design everything such that it has three possible states. Pending or in process, successful, and failed. And we'll need to be architecting our user interfaces in such a way that they recognize these different states, which is kind of a pain. But also a kind of pain that's appropriate for what we're doing here, which is a global distributed network. You might also rightly notice that this is a pretty noisy way to do things, where we're getting every action and every action result being written into the databases. But that's the nature of the architecture here, and I think it'll be interesting. The auditability is quite interesting, and hopefully it will make debugging actually a little bit easier, because we're really minimizing the amount of activity that occurs in the system kind of by ephemeral messages. So that's what that auditability gives you. You can actually look in the database and see, okay, that action was created, and there's the result, and the result was this, and then this happened, and so on. We might consider calling this something like a procedure as opposed to an action, because there's a bit of an analog, I think, to stored procedures in existing databases. So I rather like procedure for this. Another interesting artifact of this is, we'll see when we get there, but this whole flow right here of asking if a database has handled some procedure or some action, procedure call. Interesting artifact of this is that we might be able to use the same system or a similar system, slight modification, for remote joins, where instead of having a remote join server-to-server RPC, we create something which is similar to have you handled this, with the possibility of introducing a feed for the first time, and that's just something that's specific to procedures which involve introducing a new data set. So if a Hyper-B key was controlled locally instead of by the server, so if it were handled locally, this actually works pretty well. The way that this would all function is, presumably your community is in a server, and this right here, this would be on your computer. So you would write there, and the procedure call would get read by the server over here, where it would process and put the result into its database, and then it would sync down onto your local device. So this is actually an ideal solution for local first executions or serverless executions of the network. Does that make sense, Melanie? Cool. All right. So we're going to start with the views. I do too. They're pretty effective for helping me think through things, and they all serve as a sort of documentation. So my natural inclination is to do what I did here, which is using view in the as a kind of sub-address, but there's a lot of code which assumes that it's going to be namespace slash name, and so introducing another slash is more pain than it's worth. We could just prefix all of them with view dash. And there are a couple of interesting questions to address here. Semantically, while I appreciate the regularity of it being view dash at the beginning, very easy to see what is a view, really ought to be, for the language to read naturally, it ought to be at the end. I'm not entirely convinced that these ought to be views right here. And the rest of them are parameterized. Yeah, we gave ourselves a little bit of flexibility here because our schemas are actually not straight JSON schema, but they actually are a wrapper type. And so we're able to specify information such as a type right here. Probably not. The views are really not, HTML is purely presentation. And I'm somewhat inclined to think that the citizen servers shouldn't be generating any presentation, but there may be view types that are such as the blobs view might be returning back non-JSON. Same with the avatar view. So one of the things we need to consider, the point of the HTTP endpoints is that they are meant to be easier to cache. And so we actually need to take advantage of path-based parameters for that to be done well. If we use only query string parameters, then the query strings will have differing orders. And that lack of regularity can lead to cache misses. Unless your caching layer is, more sophisticated. Let's see how much of a problem that actually is, because the system will be more elegant if we don't need that. I believe I'm correct about this particular problem. I'm looking at, for instance, how Amazon CloudFront suggests you deal with it, and they're just like, hey, keep the same order. Like, well, that's not really helpful. I'm not totally able to control that behavior. Still not clearing that notification. Okay. Okay, so this is not yet a complete listing. Well, it may be close. Let's see, it's get member. Okay. I'm not going to worry about the server info and those bits yet. Not sure where that's headed. I think we're alphabetical. Alright, so we left off at list user permissions. Okay, that's all for you. Follows, I think we got them all. Followers and follows and just a get. Notifications, there's one. Posts, we got feed already, I believe. No, that's probably under posts, which might actually, right. Okay, interesting. Okay. That's posts, but this one is the home feed. I'm gonna generalize that to a feed view, I think, and yeah, we'll see how that goes over time. We got profile, get, reactions. And then users. Is that used anywhere? Ah, indeed it is. Look up database URL. I really ought to just be using WebFinger. Okay, so I'm not going to worry about that. Alright, now let's review our semantics here. We got band and bands, blob, comment, feed, should be fine. Getting an individual follow, we got followers of, follows by, individual member, members, memberships. I think that's all right. Might want to specify that these are community-specific member record views. Yeah, probably ought to. Actually, let me think. Is there any risk? Of it being generic? Probably. Let's go ahead and have it be specific. Which suggests to me that probably everything related to communities ought to be specific like that. So community bands view and community band view. And community roles view. Okay. So that's all of our views so far. And now we just get to define all of them, which will totally not suck. What a total pain. We can make life a little easier for ourselves, to be sure. Alright, here's the plan. We're going to kind of regularize Look at how much time that just saved us. That'll be handy. shows nothing. Okay, it's not happy with the tilde. There we are. Good. Okay. Kitty cat. So a lot of this is going to be pretty directly copied over from where we're at here. Tell you what else, we probably actually want to include the definition in the views to tell us what the response is going to look like. Hi, Peace Point. So we're going to go back to all this code here and use it as the basis for our view definitions, because this is pretty close to what all this is going to look like. And all of these are going to be something like views.define. just go through these one at a time. Blobs is next. Okay, next we got comment. Comment may not exist. Let's see, does it? It does. Okay. Community ban. Do we have a? We don't have a ban, but we do have a bans. I don't think we have a member, but we do have members. And we do have a memberships. So I am sorry to say, to figure out what the heck we are doing right now, you'd probably have to do a little bit of playback to get the full explanation. Probably back to around 2 o'clock. So if you're just joining and you're confused as all hell, you're only slightly more confused than I am. And you can jump back there to figure out what's going on. Okay. Off to a good start, I suppose. Lots of schemas. It's basically centralizing every possible get or list function into one listing, so it's not super surprising that this would be a bit of a beast. I'm going to skip over the blobs for the moment because they're going to be a little more complex. can't. moment. Just need to see what is going on with my DMs here. So we're actually going to call the validation on the actual response, so that if the schema mismatches what's returned, we find out. It's pretty important that we match the schemas. So the define function, oh my, got some construction going outside, 1 second. Okay, not so much construction as somebody mowing the lawn. So when define happens, we want to load up the schema. And that's why it's an async method. So we're going to load up the schemas library. Oh, and in fact, that actually loads up everything ahead of time, so we actually are all set there. Which means that our setup doesn't need to be async, which is nice. Okay. That seems more or less good. And I think we can actually move this file up into here. Yeah, it's okay, it's okay. We'll rename it views and move it up there. All right. And I think we actually want to validate the parameters as well as the response. So that all looks generally right. Next up, we want to create a generic endpoint on our HTTP, which is a pass-through for all these. And I'm going to do that as dot view schema. Is there a pattern for just kind of a spread? pretty simple. Should do the job. So let's bring in views. And then we need to run setup in here. And now we need to update schemas, which is correctly validating the unknown types. Where was it doing that? Right there. Okay, I think we're in business. Let's find out. No errors during setup. Let's see what happens if I try to do a profile view. Actually, I didn't define any of the schemas, so that'll be interesting. Grand total of nothing happened. Okay. Some things happened. Not really. So, for some reason, the arguments didn't pass. Post start loading? This is almost certainly now that we have multiple servers, that hyperspace bug is starting to rear its head much more frequently. We're gonna have to solve that pretty soon. Not great. After the server finishes reloading, we should see it. Yep, it's almost certainly that somebody there's some specific Hyper-B load that's failing, and probably because in your feed it's just getting hit there. And it's this problem that we first ran into when we did testnet Saturday, and I just have not been able to isolate, but there's some Hyper-B, well, I know it's Hyper-B.get, and somewhere in the Hyper-B.get stack, we got an endless blocking bit. And now that it's happening a little more frequently, maybe I'll have a better time of debugging it, but the problem is that it's dang, that's very nice. Know how to react to that. Okay. Later, Anish. Thanks for joining us. Hope to see you tomorrow, or look forward to whenever I see you next. Okay. Why would we lose that argument? Oh, we're not losing the argument. Yikes. Don't understand that. But I'm not going to question it. So that's not our problem, apparently. Maybe the problem is I'm not actually returning a response. Yep. That's stupid. Responding to your HTTP requests is considered a best practice. There we go. Alright, now let's get some actual schema validation going. Might be able to do this by treating it like an object. Because technically, it is. I'm actually quite pleased to be doing this, having these clear definitions of the views, because they were so ad hoc before, and now they will be very, very tightly defined. Okay, so that didn't work. I can't just call that an object. Okay, is it possible to do JSON schema array? It's like the normal way that you do an array is... Oh, wait a minute, this is interesting. Oh, how about that? It's right there. Ow. Excellent. Golly. Kills me how good JSON schema is. It's quite good. There we go. And now if I modify this to be like, that should be a number. Good. Now there's going to be a little message there. Strict mode. Items is a one tuple, but min items or max items are not specified or different. Let's see. See if it's okay if we're happy with it if I just specify additional items false. It seems to be wanting some constraint. No, it's not happy about that. But min items or max items slash specified or different. I just specified that there. Okay, interesting. Okay, that's happy. Okay. So that is actually in good shape. And then that just leaves, beginning to, we're going to want to go through, we want to define all of these. We want to define their schemas. Let's get a to-dos here going. All right, define all view schemas and implementations. Add blob views. Update all WebSockets APIs to use views. Update all HTTP GET APIs to use views. Update citizenry. So we're going to make this a backwards compatible change at first. Are we going to? Is there any point to? Actually, I don't think there is. Matter of fact, yeah, I don't think there is any point to doing this as a backward compatible way because the backwards compatibility that we need to be concerned about is in the front end, not the back end. So I'm actually going to remove all Yep. So Alexander, I'm going to let you know I'm skeptical right from the outset. Been doing this a while. I'd be surprised if he had something that would be a great fit for what we're doing right now. But with that caveat out of the way, more than happy for you to share. Other people on the stream might find it interesting. But there are a lot of things that a client-side key solution will need for us. A lot of things. we are going to eventually need to factor in authentication into this. That's our RPC API. Did I not push? Huh. Vercel not built? What's it waiting for to activate? Cool. That works. Now we need to go through each of these schemas and define them. One by one. We'll skip the blob ones, start with the comments. Okay. So you got a key manager extension. Good idea. Okay. Well, so that's cool. And if you like, I'm happy to share the URL. You're gonna have trouble. I'll moderate you for half a second if you want to share the URL to your project. So please do go ahead, and then I'll unmod you. There is a lot to the situation. A lot to it. First of all, so I'll just spec out all that is required here. First of all, we're going to need key management solution which is accessible from mobile and desktop. Okay, cool. You need the key management software to be accessible from desktop and mobile, at minimum from the user's browser environment. That's number one. Number two, you're going to need to integrate some kind of key sync between the different devices, which is not only secure enough, but also relatively brain dead easy to use. We're already into difficult territory with just those two items. Number three is that key material is going to have to then be usable to author writes on the user's hypercores, which means that we need to implement some form of synchronization, some kind of light client at minimum, synchronization between the user devices where they coordinate with each other and create the next write. And then we need to have enough of a networking stack for that to get pushed out to the server. So it's a very tall order. It's something that we absolutely are going to hope to achieve at some point, but it's going to take a long time to get there. And so I'm not super optimistic about attacking it at this stage. Well, that's interesting that I got that there. I would have to see precisely what you had done there, Alexander, to know what could be leading to what you're talking about. That could have just been like could have been that the private key was still accurate in memory. It could have been that it was stored in a place other than you were thinking, or you could be right. Perhaps there's some kind of bug where maybe if the private key changes, it doesn't not immediately obvious that there's been an issue. Could be a lot of things that work there, and I'm not really sure what it would be. I honestly don't know one way or another, so I can't really comment. Okay, here's a question. Do we want to be responding with the sequence number? I think actually, yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, not really questions for me. Okay, that's the comet view schema definition. Do I have any regrets yet? Say reactions is not required, nor is reply count. The rest of them are. Okay. One down. What, 20 to go? Use the bathroom real fast. Okay. Comment view is done. Let's get community bands view done next. I think it would probably be unwise to ever respond with just an array. Because then you can't extend the object in any way, and that ends up being how you end up with major pain in the future. So we're not going to do that. This is our first list-based view. And it is a user ID followed by a list options. Okay. Misspelled definition, lovely. Luckily, bands are pretty much a pass-through. Just about. It's just that we also have the URL. So we could take the community band schema and just copy that over. Okay, another one down. Next up, we got the members view. Pretty similar to the bands. Just about straight pass through of members with the URL added. So we'll do the same thing. Put in a wrapper object to save us from ourselves in the future. Okay, now we got memberships. Same story. Okay, pretty much a straight pass through. Another one down. Now we got, except we need to wrap that in its wrapper object. Now we got roles. Same story, basically I pass through with the URLs added. Okay, next we got followers. This one should be a little more complicated. terrible though. That may contain my followed, my community, and community. Alexander, if you're still on the stream, I'm sorry if I was a little bit rude earlier. I didn't really mean to be rude. It's just I get it a lot. That's one that I get a lot of. And it's one of those things that, like, at some point I just gotta be like, I'm straight up with you about picking up the solutions other people are putting down. It's just kind of an upper limit to... Word. I appreciate it. I had a really rough period when I first started Beaker Browser. Not really rough, but there was a period where I was getting hit up by every blockchain project hoping to get penetration, and some of them got really aggressive. Like, I ended up getting into some pretty big fights with some people over it. They accused me of gatekeeping if I didn't adopt their blockchain into the browser and that kind of stuff. It was, eventually I had to put in a no blockchains rule, which wasn't really based on the fact that I had any specific problem with blockchains, though I do have a problem with proof of stake, but it's more connected to just finding a way to get people to stop bothering me with their thing. So anyway, you're not even vaguely in that realm, but it's just a key management is currently a hot space right now, and finding something that really fits that ain't easy. Okay, that's follows handled. Now we got post. this one's probably going to be pretty similar to comment. So get post. Gets the post entry. Sets URL, author, reactions, and reply count. Similar story here. And then the value is just going to be a pass-through of the post. Yeah. I mean, and I'm actually, you know, ever since those questions started, my response was always fork away. This thing is a great base tool, code base to fork from if you want to do something novel with like a blockchain or something. So by all means, please do. But I had people that would get, who, you know, understandably wanted to be able to become one of the things integrated. Just wasn't my goal. That's all there was to it. Okay, so list posts. Okay, we're going to need to do a wrapper object on it. And other than that, it should look more or less like the others. Oh shoot. Just realized I did something wrong. We got to go back and fix a lot of these. That one I did right. This one I did wrong. I will have to admit, more complex JSON schemas get a little hard to read. I imagine we will have a little bit of work to do around our tests. Okay. Persistence would be the one I would expect. I would expect persistence to do it. Okay. I would expect it to verify on persist, but maybe it done just to save CPU, but that's a little surprising, to be honest. I would expect it to. Seems risky not to, but who knows? Trust Map to know what he's doing. Okay, get thread. Actually, that's not right. Common entries to thread. Now we have a recursive data structure. Great to see some new faces. Okay, so what does a thread look like? Looks like that. This one will be a little challenging. I think we're going to need to use JSON schema. Has a way to do this particular thing. That right there. The definitions with references. So we'll need to take advantage of that. I believe JSON schema even has a way to kind of link between schemas, which we may need to do at some point, but certainly there's some repetition occurring right now that's not ideal. So that's that, and then we got a definition, which is type object required comments. Be fascinated to find out if I got this right. Do we include a reply count? Yeah, we do. Okay, so it's exactly the same, it's just that we include the replies field. Okay, let's see what kind of errors we get. We got one where we did a format when we should have done pattern. Looks like we did that a couple times. And then we've got some where items is two tuple, but min items or max items are not specified or different. That would probably be the ones in which it's a list, like so. Maybe I just need to set that to 2. Like that. Now that happened a lot of times. It can happen 4 times, so let's see if it happens only 3 times now. Let's look into this text one. Okay, so the post view. Ah. And then now we got the posts view. Alright, stop. Probably the same mistake. Yep. Okay, so now we're just getting this items as a two-tuple, but min items or max items are not specified or different. If I just remove that, we currently get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of these. Takes it down to 5, so that one is not sufficient. How do I say that one of these should be optional then? Schema for a tuple. When the schema author forgot to include restrictions on the array size, it's worth noting that it is recommended not to use tuples at all. Fine. Schema for array when the schema accidentally wrapped the schema or intended for all items. Well, that definition is correct. I think it's just being a little aggressive in its warning. I'm fairly sure. Okay. So that handles our first batch. Now we have the ones that we need to do from scratch. How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 to go. Alright. Stay strong, everybody. Gonna stretch my legs for half a second and then we'll keep going. Okay, back in action. Had a little late lunch, which figured would be a good idea to make sure I don't run out of juice here. Okay. So, community band view. Pretty straightforward. Okay. That should handle that one. Okay, now get member. That should handle that one. Should be 8 more to go here. We got permission and permissions. Okay, I think that all looks fine. Quick spot check. Tell you what, this is going to be one of the most strictly and well-defined specs I've ever worked on. Ain't nothing getting through the cracks around here. Okay, that's the permission view. And now we got the list permissions view. Okay. That's that one handled. We got feed, follow, notifications, and reactions. Okay. We're getting there, we're getting there. Feed's a little hefty. So I think I'm going to move that into its own feed.js. Pretty sure that's all there is to that. That and the schema. Schema in this case, the parameters are slightly simplified. Doesn't take in all the options that a list could potentially take in for some obvious reasons when you think about what the feed logic is. It does allow limit, and it does allow, I believe, less than. That's it. And then I believe that the output should match the post's view output. I sure hope it does, because I don't want to write that. Okay, that's the feed done. Now for the follow view, which is our get follow method over here. Alright, that's pretty straightforward all told. Definition is close to a pass-through of the follow record, just adds the URL property. Okay. How many left? 1, 2, 3, 4, that's it. We could do this. Notifications. Alright, now what parameters does fetch notifications respect in its opts? Less than, greater than, after, before, and limit. And in the case of after and before, we can actually apply the date-time format to them. Now then, the actual definition. This one I think we're going to have to build from scratch. First things first, to make life easier, we will look at what the notifications look like on the live output. author, the blended created at, the created at, the item URL, and the key. Looks like we just do the user ID at the moment. All right, that's that then. Another one down. Now let's get the notifications cleared at. Okay, this one's super simple. Actually are no parameters. I can't spell definition. Should learn how to do that. And it is just a single string. Another one done. Now notifications.count also should be pretty straightforward. This one's a variation of the actual notifications view with a much simpler output. All right, we're at the last schema, last JSON view. Take a moment to celebrate, call your loved ones, prepare yourself for this journey. All right. Looking good so far. We can steal from the thread view. Pretty sure the thread view is a URI. Yep. And how about that? There's a little bug there. And for the definition, still can't spell definition. Maybe by the end of the stream I've learned how to spell definition. We get a type object. And it includes a subject and a reactions. I need a nap after this, y'all. So out of curiosity, are we actually using this method anywhere? We are using it in the tests. In fact, we are. Okay. Aha. Ha ha ha. Believe we have now defined everything. Let's see what kind of bugs we've given ourselves. Feed getters. Oh, there we go. All right, stop right. What do we got? Community user permissions view. Required should be an array. If you insist. Notifications count view not found. Notifications count view. It's odd. Line 265. I have a theory. And it is correct. Let's make sure these IDs match up where they should. Okay. Just the one. Who knows why? Okay. Seems to be running. And nothing seems broken. So then, next, we descend into the tests and begin replacing our getters with our view fetcher. get citizen.network comment view. Fascinated to see what happens next. This works on the first try. I get a cookie. Predictable. Let's see. We're gonna need a stack output from the API to find out what's going on there. Now it wants to work. Okay, I had a feeling there's a hangover of an error that occurred because the server wasn't deconstructing itself. So it did work on the first try, and just had my moment stolen from me. But that's exciting. Let's try get thread now. API.views.get citizen.network thread view. And I believe the thread view applies a small modification to the output, in which, because I believe it applies that wrapper. So let's find out. And that warning is already getting old. Okay, test thread. Line 143 gave us a failure. That looks to me a bit like authentication is not applying as it should. Okay. Mm-hmm. Sweet. What other kind of getters we got to replace? That would appear to be everything on the views. Yep, okay, or on the comments rather. Let's try communities. No fear. Let's start with list members. Views.get citizen.network community members. I believe that should do it. something has gone terribly wrong. Ah. Let's try again. No, that would do it. Forgot to specify community members' view. Okay. That's an interesting problem to be running into. Member should have required property user. So let's take a look. Okay. Ah, I see. I didn't account for the fact that these things would be wrapped. And in that case, we also need to include sequence and key. Okay, and then just the addition of the wrapper object needs to be adjusted for. Good deal. Next up, we have list memberships. I bet good money we're gonna have the same kind of mistake on some of the other ones that I made there. Seems like kind of mistake I would repeat. Indeed, I believe I did make the same mistake twice. Mm-hmm. Okay. What next? Some of these may actually not need to be views, but I'm not totally sure at the moment. Have to go back and look. Some of them are pretty close to pass-throughs to records, so records, it might be better off just being a general table get, but it's tough to say without looking more closely. Anytime any information gets added to the record, it's no longer a straight pass-through to the database. In that case, you gotta use a view. I don't know, some of these are looking a little questionable to me. do. Thanks. Good to see you again, Lorenzo. Catch you next time. Use the bathroom real quick while I run this test. Okay, team. We can just get through all of our tests. We'll call it a day. Hey, Big Tech. Yeah, I'm going a little late today. You'll have to watch the playback and probably go back like 2, 3, I think almost maybe even 4 hours to figure out what we're working on right now, which is partly why I am still at it. It's not a terribly difficult change that I'm doing right now. It's just a slow-moving one. Well, you know, basically what I'm doing right now is replacing all of the getter APIs, so anything that's like list memberships or list members or list followers or get posts or anything like that, replacing them with a generic views system which is highly specific. So this is an important step for getting us to protocol completion here. Moving away from ad hoc APIs. We are getting cross-server posting. A couple of bugs rearing their heads now that that is working again, but yeah, we're making progress there. Got a misspecification in the roles community roles view. Yeah, same mistake I made a couple other places. At this stage, I'm racing the clock to finish in time for me to have enough energy to go for a jog. Take too long, you run out of juice, you don't get that jog in. And that's how it goes. You got a type error just now. Any deets? You may need to do a hard refresh. I've been running into some situations where the front end code is not updating immediately. Let's see if I can reproduce by chance. It's gone. And just like that, it was gone. Love it. That's actually kind of a good thing. Want the software to update itself if it can. Okay, what do we got here? Community role view not found. Interesting. That's because that should just be, that's definitely just a getter. What next? What do we got? Can't read property ends with undefined 152. food barred it real good. Alright, line 160, community member view. This is one that really, pretty sure is not a view. No, actually it is. Well, is it? Let me think. No, it's not really. Okay, I'm removing that. That should just be a table get. In fact, I suppose you could say the same about some of these list functions. I didn't think all that through when I did all this. Yeah, member view is out. Yeah, we'll have to come back to that. Okay, what about band view? Is that really a view? Nope. Both bands and band are not really views. Wasted some time. I'm just going to comment these out just in case I'm wrong about this, but I'm pretty sure. Because I'm not decorating them with any more information, and if I'm not decorating it with more information other than the URL, which I'm okay with, then we really ought not to be using views. Correct. Okay. So the follows, I think, are another case of this. Because the follows by, that's just, well, is it? Let's see, list follows. Yep, that's just a straight pass through. So that's a nonsense. But list followers, that's another story. You figure? I just add a little sizzle to the steak. Oh, what do you got here? Ah. Alright, welcome back, Ryan. Hopefully we won't be going much longer. Yeah, I was just trying to wrap up a task here. Yeah. We're going to have to come back to that, I think. I'm just going to make sure that as many of the views as possible are in a working state, and then I'm going to wrap it up here. Line 83. Needs to take auth into account. Okay, now we got notifications. Okay, let's see here. Views. Notifications view. Ah. Okay. still failing. Interesting. It's failing on line 71. No, because I inverted that logic, that's why. Ooh. It's actually, I can't do that because yeah, can't do that. Alright, we're gonna have to make the parameter required. Pre-existing error, not gonna worry about it. What else we got? List user feed. That should be a view because we do decorate the output. I believe the same is true for post view. Yep. Line 125. Ah. I believe that's actually wrong. It is wrong. Okay, what else we got here? That would be a problem with the server not deconstructing in a timely fashion. Fairly sure. No. That's a problem there. Let's see. Why is it doing this? There we go. Okay, I think we got the same problem as before. You know, I think I would rather not have to do this, so I'm gonna rework a little bit about how the views definitions work. I'm not gonna put pass off in last, I'm gonna pass it in first. Which means every one of these has to take in the auth parameter first. The problem I'm running into is passing it in second leads to a situation where if the caller doesn't specify the parameter order becomes inconsistent, and it's a whole problem that I don't like. And my plan to jog just got totally ruined because my brother just texted saying he is in desperate need of hanging out and drinking beer, so I'm about to do the exact opposite of going for a jog. Alright. Yeah, no, it. Client is not defined on list home feed. Okay, that's the kind of errors we want here. It's forward progress. All right. This one was on line 126. Beers indeed, Ryan. Beers indeed. Now we just need to try to finish up as quickly as we can. That's right. I'm in Austin. Okay, what do we got? This profile view. Oh, that is defined. Ah, I misspelled citizen. Could always jog to the beer. To be honest, if he wasn't sounding desperate, I'd be saying no to him. I would actually like to get that jog. Much less, I don't really want to be hungover tomorrow, but sounds like I got a bro in need, and gotta respect that. Yeah, man, I'm super free now. So free that if you try to... Yeah, we're apparently having a fight between Austin and Texas about mask mandates, where Austin is trying to enforce a mask ordinance in the city, and Texas... I don't know if it was the AG, but somebody in the Texas state threatened to sue. Cool, bro, cool. All right, so we're gonna have to do that. I'm gonna see if I can't try to sneak in a jog before he gets here. Yeah, that's because we're more liberal than the rest of the state. They look for reasons to screw with us. All right. Okay, so a couple of wonky situations. We're gonna check this out into its own branch. Looks great. Looking forward to seeing how many lines of code this thing is. 1,094 lines inserted, only 111 removed. There will be more over time, but it sounds about right. Okay, normally I would do a nice little wrap up, but I gotta get going, so thank you everybody for joining. freaking long one this time, but made great initial progress on moving everything quote unquote on chain, as well as getting a couple of nice UI affordances handled today. So, pretty successful day. I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening. Enjoy your beer, Ryan. I'll see you all tomorrow. Later.